Morning, Ted. How's it going? Also, great job on the watch streak. Last week was a bit rough, but doing okay today. Me, I'm doing pretty okay. Had a friend over yesterday. Hadn't seen her in a long time, and we just sat around and hung out. It was pretty cool. Commissar made some snacks, and honestly, it was a great time. I hope you're feeling better. I know last week, like you said, you were pretty, you weren't really feeling it, and with deployments happening all the time, I mean, Jesus, I kind of I was feeling something this morning before the stream started, and I was like, it'd be kind of fun. Is doing like some film noir stuff because I try to put something just on these start screens now, just because it gives me some time to get set up and get some things ready. Um, so I figured the film noir stuff would be kind of fun. I gotta put some more water in my wet palette here before I get too far or get started. Hopefully this week's going better for you. I think today is going to be a Legionnaire. I just got to get through this box. Though I did start putting together a box for my brushes, the ones that I blew out, because I did blow out some brushes. Got run down after being sick for a while, but took some time to recover. Working on getting hyped for a LARP. Nice. I'm attending the end of the month. Used to attend regular pre-kid and pre-COVID, but only a couple of times in the last handful of years. Damn. I've never been to it. Well, no, it's not true. I have been to a live action roleplay. I was a part of the Vampire the Masquerade roleplay for my local chapter. I did that for a couple months. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. Uh, Although they did stop telling me when they were going to have it because we ran into an issue when I was still new. I was very young, and I didn't know enough about it. And so I was trying to tell people I was because it's Vampire the Masquerade. Everyone's vampires, right? I was telling people I was a superhero. I never did vampire, but familiar with it. Plenty of the other LARPers do it. It's really common, especially if you're like into theatrics. It can be a lot of fun. Telling people I was a vampire was probably not the right direction, though. They weren't really receptive to that. I'll say that. I had fun though. It's all I cared about. But I'm a little older now, so I don't kind of make those mistakes anymore. It's kind of funny. I had a character sheet that had everything signed off on by the DM. So halfway through the game, looked at each other and said, "Oh shit, what do we do now?" If they ever let me back, I'd respect it this time. So you're playing, is there like a specific setting for the LARP, or is it just like, or do they have it figured out yet? I imagine they probably do. I have some friends at LARP now. They go camping for the weekend, basically what they do. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. It's easy to pretend, though you're not a fool. It's an ongoing game. Fantasy LARP. We go to a campsite Friday. Game starts after dinner. We play on Sunday morning. That's awesome. My buddy plays as a gnome, gnome archer. Apparently, he does really well. Like he's got really good, really good hits. His rolls are. I think they do. Sorry, they don't always do rolls. They do a lot of rock paper scissors to decide if you get hit. It's funny is I've never been camping. It's something I've always kind of wanted to do, but um, you got to find the right people to camp with. And I'm usually not the right person to camp with. I can be a little chaotic sometimes. Sometimes. A little unpredictable, I guess. Ooh, Muffin Moo. How's it going? Yes, you got here early. We have about 2 minutes before stream starts. So I'm just setting up and playing a little bit of music before we get into lo-fi and chill out. How's your day going? This one is foam weapons and stuff, so lots of running around, swing swords, and use buffer bows. Ooh, nice. So actual arrows with big foam heads. Very nice. See, that'd be a lot of fun. Because then it's like, if you hit, it's because you actually hit. Instead of just like, I hit, but we're going to rock, paper, scissors to see if we actually hit. That'd be a lot of fun. You know, I, I really should get into LARPing again. It's been a hot minute. See if the community will take me back. I should change up my paper towel when I get a chance. How was your trip there, Muffle Moo? Apologies if that hasn't happened yet. I think it did. I know you were going to 2 places, so it's a lot of traveling. In the cold, grimdark future, there is only war. War and bad primer. I'm ready to get set up here. So I'm just gonna take the music here and just turn it down a little. And then go over here, turn that off. Turn this up. Just like that. And even though we got background music like this, there we go. Pop that on. Just doing a little sound mixing here, just because we're hopping into the desk cam. Oh, look at that. Crisp and clean and clear. Oh, whoops. Oh, shoot. There we go. Forgot that was on. Sorry, I was planning some stuff for our for a future stream. I caught my pants down there. Oh boy. All right. Last time we talked, we were hanging out and we did our Gauss Blaster here on our Legionnaire, and we just walked all the way through this guy in one sitting, which turned out pretty well. I'm still working on this combat patrol. It's kind of a day-to-day thing that we're getting like 1 mini a day done. So the goal is to try and just get through as much as we can, ideally. There's a few things I want to get started on the stream here. That'd be nice to get kind of going in the future. Just some stuff I was thinking about on the side, like we're gonna start doing Sororita Sundays. So that'll be this Sunday is when we'll do Sororitas, Battle Sister Sundays, whatever you want to call it. I'm gonna make an official announcement on the Discord and then put some schedule pieces up for it. But that's kind of the plan. Won't be every Sunday. It'd be probably one every 2 Sundays or every odd Sunday kind of thing. But I think that's the plan. And kind of going forward, we keep thinking about this orc stream, and the tentative date on that is March 20th. So the hope is that we're going to get into that sooner than later, and we'll have that set up. Again, we still have those 10 orcs we have to finish painting, and we have some orcs and Gretchen to get through, and those guys are going to be fun. So it's going to be pretty good events coming up here soon. The Commissar came up with an idea for maybe an Easter stream where we might do some Easter egg painting. I'm not totally sold on all the logistics on that yet, but I'll figure it out and we'll put something together because, I mean, it's a great opportunity to do something fun. Aside from that, we're kind of really leaning into this Bob Rossian kind of feel. So maybe in the future here, what we'll do is we'll start putting on screen what colors we're using and what colors we're planning to use. I'll just have them on a list on this side of the screen over here, just so you can see what they are. Well, sorry, I'll do it this way. I keep forgetting the camera's horizontal. There we go. Yeah, I think that's a good plan for now. That's all I can really talk about right now for what future plans are, because I got a lot in my head and a lot I think I want to do, and a lot that needs some logistics to figure out, and stuff that would be really cool, but in reality is probably not super practical. I'm a big idea guy. You know how they are. Okay, so today I've got this Legionnaire who's got this nice Eye of Horus on the backpack here. I think that's a really good place to start. There's lots of little details, like in the back he's got some skulls inside of the Eye of Horus, just inside the little recesses there. So we're going to try and paint them and just get them going. So today's just pretty chill stream. Really not a whole lot of plans for this stream other than just painting through it and just sort of hanging out. We do get some new people every now and then. Last time we had an opportunity to start a channel for tutorials, and then a spot to show off some stuff for like how to make wet palettes. So I like that theme. I like the idea. I keep saying that like one of my goals is to keep growing the community and make it more accessible to people. So that's kind of my end game with a lot of this now. It was to work through my backlog, and I've realized that this platform is a great opportunity for me to just build on what exists. My goal always has been to have a library of things to look at that I thought would be cool, stuff that like people have done and things that people are proud of. Because some people do some really amazing stuff. They're too afraid to show it off sometimes. So that said, the best way to do that is to support the community. And the best way to support the community for me is to use my platform to make it more accessible. And how we do that, or how I'm going to do that, is just to give people you know, give them the ability to learn and grow and practice. So tutorials are a great spot to start that. Speaking of, I'm starting now with my Abaddon Black. I'm just going to throw it all over the legs, just like we have been before. My wrists are starting to feel better. I've been taking Tylenol kind of daily now. I've been resting my wrist whenever I can, and lately it's just gotten better and better and better. It's kind of a day-to-day thing. So today it's starting to feel really nice. It's still not 100%, but it's like 90% of the way there. So we'll do what we have been doing just to keep that healthy wrist coming back, which is starting around the legs, getting them started around the lower portions with the feet, including the gold trim, and then we'll move on to basing. I don't really know what to do for basing for this guy just yet because he's got a lot going on upstairs with the backpack, I mean. So either I have to make the base almost as equally as impressive just to try and balance it out, or basically not impressive at all, so all the focus is on him. Sort of an odd mix of this and that. But we'll get there. I just can't believe it's Tuesday. I'm so glad we're back together, guys. I was thinking about this all weekend. I was saying, like, God, I wish it was like something we could do on the weekend to just kind of build out the stream a little bit. And I kind of get a little anxious sometimes where I say, man, I don't know if I'm going to stream today because I want I want to do something impressive or I want to do something really cool. And sometimes I worry that like just doing all the Legionnaires can be a little bland sometimes. You know, it can be a little bit of a chore to work through. I feel for people to sit and watch. Um, Especially because I start comparing myself to people like Uwo's Lab, who like every stream it's a big project, right? Every stream it's something huge and monumental, and I start thinking like, you know, I got to be on the next big thing. Like, is my content really interesting to watch? And I had Commissar actually remind me on the weekend. Hydrate, thank you. Yes. One sec. I got my water. Hmm. Oh yeah, that's the good stuff. You're right. I am overthinking things. The reality is that um, I've said before that if my stream could be on the background, and you could just relax with it, then that's perfect. Because I'm trying to build a space that's comfortable. It doesn't have to be chaotic. And so I started thinking about that yesterday too, because you know when you start thinking about like, oh, I have to do this or I have to do that, I have to be this or be that person. The reality is that if I've said that I want to be someone you can just leave on the background and relax and be a space where you can just paint and hang out, then doing something chaotic is not the right vibe. And so I do forget I have to slow down and just take life day to day kind of thing. It's still a mindset I'm working on. Still a thing that's in the back of my head of just relax. But this stream is that. This stream is me being just present. This block's going on really smooth today. It's going on really nice. I need my little piece of cork for my elbow here, just to help support my wrist a little bit. Oh, that's really nice. But yeah, yesterday was good. We had a friend over. I hadn't seen her in a long time. She's uh she's been busy with a lot of things. She traveled a little bit for a little while. Um, I used to work with her in one of my older jobs, and it had been, oh god, I want to say 8 years since we've seen each other in person, at least. We talked online, but like I didn't know how close she was, or that she had moved home. About a year or so ago, we kind of lost touch. Besides just talking on like Instagram, and so when I finally got her to hang out yesterday, it was really chill. Just sat and talked about some of the old times, but mostly we just watched YouTube videos, which connecting like that can be nice, just having a nice place to just relax. And I think that's what kind of led me to my conclusion there about being a place that's just chill for people is that I think that's how I want to be. I think that's how I want my life to kind of be dictated is I just want to be someplace that people feel safe and comfortable in. Because I mean, it's hard out there right now. Just painting his legs and his grundle. There. I got the black on, which looks good. Nice and flat, actually. Perfect. Close up my Abaddon Black before it dries out. So I keep forgetting I got it open whenever I'm using it. Now I need my Liberator Gold, wherever I put that. It was right here on the desk. Oh, it's right here. On the desk, ironically. I'll just do the trim on the legs. I can't believe it's Tuesday, guys. Like, the week is just cruising right by. It's kind of nice, too, because weather's starting to get nice out. I mean, yesterday here it was like 8 degrees Celsius. Like, that's awesome. Beautiful, beautiful weather. Painting the bottom of his feet with this Liberator Gold, because I'll come back with a black um, Templar contrast paint, and I'll just run it across. But for now, just painting it gold. There we go. Some more of that gold there. It's sort of funny. I stored this shadow box for my brushes, the ones I blew out. Um, and by doing that, I was like looking at. I went to the dollar store to buy my frame, and I wanted something that could hold the brushes really nicely. Just because it felt nice to show off the things that like started the channel, right? Um, Tools of the trade, I guess. And I need a blurb to put beneath them. So I think I've got something that kind of works. But as I got putting the brushes in, I realized that like they're just a little too thick for the picture frame. So I've got to redesign my picture frame. Actually, I'll have to paint, or not paint, have to print one using my 3D printer. That was sort of funny too, is I finally got my 3D printer leveled. It's an old Ender 3, and if that means anything to you, and it is just a pain in the ass to work with. Sometimes it, will hold the right, what do you call it there, the right leveling, and sometimes it just refuses to. We're going to add starting in 5 minutes, guys. And I got it finally level. And the thing is that once you level your 3D printer, like you have to change the offset if you've got like a Z offset set. And so every time it prints now, it finally prints well, but it was printing a little above the build plate. So the first couple prints I did actually would just go straight onto it, and then like a layer or two later, just slide right off. I finally realized I had to change the Z offset after the fact. After like my third failed print. See a couple spaces here where I could have put a little bit more black. So I'll come back and clean that up in a little bit later. Right now I'm just doing just the gold trim, using that Liberator gold. And what I'll do for the Eye of Horus up here is I'll actually use a different gold. I'll use Retributor armor, just because it is much darker. Doing pretty good on the gold here, actually. I always find doing the trim on these very cathartic, very, very nice and relaxing, because it's a little bit to focus on without being too committal. Too committal, too committed. Committed. Sort of funny when I had that friend over yesterday. She gets sent a podcast randomly by another friend of hers, and I guess she didn't look at it within like the 10 minutes they sent it. And his immediate response, because he sent her another message after the fact, was, "Sorry, I'm not Joe Rogan." So we spent the remainder of the time that we were hanging out just looking at each other and saying, "Sorry, I'm not Joe Rogan." It's kind of funny. Let's see here. I had a great time. Honestly, I loved hanging out with her. She was super, super chill. Just painting around his knees. Getting the Liberator gold on there. I'm not sure if they're supposed to be black or gold, but I think they look better with gold. And again, I'm using a Liberator gold, even though the Retributor armor gold is much darker gold. These guys specifically are receiving a lighter gold because I put the Retributor armor gold on the Master of Possessions, and I want him to really stand out against the other models. So the gold looks similar in nature because they're both gold flake, right? But the Master of Possessions will look extremely dark as a result. So I'm just making the battlefield look a little bit more thematic. Oh, we got a little overpaint here with some of that gold actually, so we'll come back and clean that up with the Abaddon black a little bit later. Just a little sharp line layer when we get to it. Right now it's just getting the color blocking on, and then we'll do cleanup. We are on YouTube, so this is a good opportunity for me to say like, comment, subscribe, just for when the video goes live. Trying to keep on top of getting the VODs out. I've noticed that every now and then YouTube will fail processing them, just because I export them straight from Twitch. So I try to download them, re-upload them, but sometimes it just doesn't go. And the problem is that you don't find out until like a day or so later after it's been trying to upload. So we have missed a few. Not a lot, mind you, but a couple. I'm super excited for those new hobby boxes. I was looking at them, and I don't think I'm going to get them, but like the Red Corsairs box just looks so good. There's so much in it. Like you tell, like this is the right direction that Games Workshop wants to take. Actually, fun direction that Games Workshop's taking too is they changed over all their Citadel paints. They're no longer going to say Citadel color. Instead, now they will say Warhammer color, which I think is funny. It's just kind of silly because I don't think very many people were complaining um, about the name being wrong or the name needing some adjustments. Dropper balls would have been really nice. But eventually they'll figure that out. I don't know if anyone owns the patent for dropper balls though. Like it might be like an army painter kind of thing owns the copyright to those ball shapes. I would think not, but you never know. Maybe I'll do a stream where I just take a label maker and relabel all my Citadel color over to Warhammer color. They had too many brands under their logo. Sorry, under their brand. Forge World Citadel. I'm sure there's more. Makes sense to clean up over time like that. Yeah, true. Especially after changing story names to Warhammer from Games Workshop. That's also true. You know, I didn't even realize that, and that's a really good point. Is that they don't go by Games Workshop on their stores anymore. It's just Warhammer. See, we get spoiled. We have a Warhammer store in my city, um, and I always thought that was like an offshot of Games Workshop. I didn't realize that was the new branding. So I guess that does make sense then that they would change the name over. Though I will still argue that dropper balls would have been just nice to have. That's just because I'm a crotchety old man and I'm almost 40. And dropper bottles are really pleasant to work with. A little bit of black here just to clean up that overpaint on the gold just a hair. I'd like to see them take Forge World product back again and bring it back out, even under the Warhammer branding. They're slowly starting to, like I've seen it with the um, Termagant Sinopath, but like I really want more. Like I want a Warlord Titan, um, but I want them to start doing more bigger models. Like make the Imperator class Titan. That would be so sick. But I get why they don't, because I mean, how do you charge for that thing? It's huge, right? Especially if you're already charging like $3,000 for like a Warlord Titan. How do you figure out the math on that? It's almost astronomical. I mean, what would you even charge for an Imperial class Titan? Probably be close to like, I don't even know, like $7,000 or $8,000 at the lowest end. Okay, I got enough paint here. My wrist is starting to really be sore. Grab another sip of water here. Let's see here. It's a Heinz Pikachu promotion. Jesus. Sorry. So we need a 32mm base for this guy. So now we got to figure out what we're going to do for a base. Oh, before I get into that, I probably should take some Black Legion and just do under the boot. And I'll use just my STC brush here. And I'll just do just in here to get all the recesses, just for under the boot, so when we put it on, it'll be dark. I'll do it for both sides. And this is just a glaze brush I'm using. Just to fill in between all the little boot lines. There we go. And that just gives it a little bit of depth. Cool. All right, so base time. What do we want to do for a base here? So the theme so far has been they're on, they're like in rubble of buildings. They're on streets. Let me see if I can get that closer. So they're on like rubble. They're on streets. They're surrounded by like barbed wire and stuff. Or they're like surrounded by building pieces, rocks, and things of that nature. So I think there's a kind of a theme going here, and I kind of want to stick to that theme. But what do we do? I think the first obvious thing we do is cover this with some Astrogranite, because Astrogranite seems to be the right direction. Kind of gives it that like pure rubble kind of vibe to it. That rubble vibe is really what we're aiming for. We'll just put it on with our texture brush. We'll just put it on kind of chunky. I really want, and this is a want more than anything. I know I keep saying things I want out of Games Workshop. I mean, everyone wants something out of Games Workshop when they see the product line. Especially if you've been in the hobby for like a hot minute, you immediately start wanting more of them. Which is just human nature, right? But like, I want more texture paints. I don't even know what type of texture paints I want, but I just want more. I want so many different things. Like the crackle is really good. Um, and you have to start borrowing from like the nail art community because they do some really cool stuff. Like, I would love to see a line of texture paints or technical paints that like have shimmers to them, things that like you need a magnet for to go in a couple different directions. I think that's pretty good. I'm just going to drag some of this texture across, just create little piths and things. So start with the astrogranite's good. How big is this guy on the base? He's basically, yeah, he's not really that big. He's like a third of the base. So that gives us a little bit of space to put something on the other 2/3. Now we could do him center of the base, which is probably a really good space to be, or an edge. If I put him in the center, that really only leaves us with like a bush and some bricks and things. I saw on the weekend this really, really cool idea for Blood Bowl. And what they did is they put the texture grass across the whole of the thing, and then they taped down one strip of it, and they padded it white, or they airbrushed it white, I think it was. And I thought that was really cool for like a football field. And so I'm thinking like, what sort of things do I see in my city that are similar in nature? I just realized this. Um, I could have had a sidewalk. I know last time we did this like Spanish tile, and that worked really, really well. So it would have been cool to do something like that with like sidewalk maybe. But we do have this grayed out now, so we kind of have to roll with this a little bit. So what can we do? So the direction I was going to head was just more like yard rubble, like a parking lot. And maybe a parking lot is the way to go. Maybe that's what we do is we'll paint this black and we'll paint lines on it like a parking lot. Yeah, I think that's probably a really good direction. That might be kind of cool. I can't see them not having parking lots in, the 41st millennia. I feel like basic parking infrastructure isn't going to change that much. Now, we do have other paints we could have used. Could have used Martian Iron Crust, and that one's a really good too. Because the texture on that is like very, like I said, rust adjacent, but it's also really, it's crusty. It's so nice. Um, that one's good if you want to put like, what's it called? Like rust on something, I guess is the proper, where I'm trying to go with this. And we could do something like that. We could throw on a little bit of a besprue bit and then do something with that. Oh, another thing I saw that was done with sprues is we could cut it up and make like a wooden floor or even just line them together. Now this one's not probably the best sprue, but there's a lot here, and we've got these little dots too, like the sprue markers where they put in injection points. They can be really useful too because you can lay them down. You can create like pipes. There's a ton of creative things you can do with these things. I'm gonna start by just cutting some out. Maybe this whole line would be cool. Do that just like that. And I'll cut up some of these sprue bits here. What's good here? Maybe this one. You know what I should do? Last stream, we saw that someone was using like a paper plate just to put their pieces on as soon as they clip them. I don't have a paper plate in front of me, but I do have this. This is just a little holder for like bushes. So I'm just going to open that up a little bit, put my piece in there, and then try and clip into this guy. I think that's a good idea. What do we want to use here? Just while our base is drying. I think I want to go with... Don't overthink it, dude. Don't overthink it. What do we want here? Let's go with this. And this. See, that's what I mean. Everything goes flying. And that's why I need something a little larger to put it into. I kind of like these. I don't know what I'm going to do with them just yet, but there's a bunch of opportunities here. I'm going to just clip this here, just so I can work with a smaller material. There, just like that. So this is pretty cool. I'm just going to cut these out. If I had the time, energy, and effort, I would make sprue glue. And all sprue glue is this: you take some sprue bits, just like this, and you would mix it with like a Tamiya extra thin cement, and that little bit together would come into like a gray glue that you could just use in between joints when you're when you're putting your mini together or when you're kit bashing, just because it fills it in, it makes it more consistent looking. I just paint over top of it anyway, so it always looks fine to me. Some cool pieces here. Just chop stuff off while I get a chance and get it smooth, just like that. I mean, it's not perfectly smooth, but whatever. Now, there's these little winglets here that have numbers. They're kind of neat, but I don't know what I can do with them just yet. So we got a bunch of little bits here. They could be pipes, they could be parking lot signs, they could even be sidewalk. I kind of like that last one, sidewalk. So what I might do is I'll take this one, cut off that, just so I can keep that, and chop that down, put that over here. And I'll just put these off to the side, just for later, because I'll eventually need something like that. And we just want to clean this up just a little bit, so I'm just going to use my nippers here to try and smooth this down. Actually, it's probably easier if I use my knife. Use my knife to just carve it down a little. Do this the right way before I hurt my hand. Because inevitably I will hurt my hand. So far, so good. I haven't injured myself yet, so that's good. Just smoothing it out. There we go. Still just getting it down to the right shape. I have to be careful because I will absolutely carve. There we go. Just use this knife to scrape it just a little bit. I think that's pretty smooth. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. Now, if we just fit this somewhere on the base, like there's fine, I want to say. Yeah. We could do that. And I'll just keep the impression in the ground here. Just like that. Yeah, that works. Okay. What I'll do is I'll grab a little bit of Cyracolite that I have sitting around here somewhere, which I shouldn't have lost, but there it is. And I'll just take a little bit and throw it on the bottom. And this should stick. I shouldn't run into any problem getting it on there and getting it to stay. It's already starting to stick to my skin. There we go. We'll just trim it up a little bit later. The nice thing about CA glue is that once it gets moist, and our astrogranite certainly is moist, it tends to want to dry out immediately. and like completely set. So our astrogranite's still not totally dry yet, but that's fine. Because we can work on something else while we're waiting for that. We do have this little cape in front of him here. The cape I normally do is red, so we're going to do that still. But we could do another color. We could do blue. We haven't really experimented with other colors yet. So I want to try something a little different today. I want to look at something else. Because he's got the Eye of Horus on him. And though red is pretty common, we could do blue on him and he'd look, just as fitted, I would think. Or even purple. I mean, we have Magos purple. No, we also have Blood Angels red too, so if we need a different red, we could try that. Let's have Leviathan blue. Leviathan blue might be fine. I think it's worthwhile that we try a different color. Let's try Leviathan blue and see what we think. Now the armor is going to be black blue with blue highlights, so or black gold with blue highlights, I should say. Sorry. That's a really, really deep blue. It's a deep blue something. And I say, what about breakfast at Tiffany's? Let's see here. Leviathan blue. How do you look? You know what? It's really not bad. I'm assigning him a different color just because he's carrying the Eye of Horus on his back. And I'm saying, like, that gives him special permission to be a little different. I know it won't be consistent with the other ones are all red, but so what? My model. I am open to suggestion, though. But I'm just thinking, like, on the battlefield, how bad would that look? I think it looks fine. I may have gone a little thick with it, but it'll dry out. It'll look fine. Oh. So I'll set him down there for now. I'll just move that Leviathan blue off screen. Oh, gosh. This is so chaotic. Every time I move, my chair falls apart. No, we could have done Sigvald Burgundy, and that's a good one too. This Burgundy is another color I like to use when we're doing plasma, like using the Volupus pink, which looks really nice with the plasma, which we did here as well as here. The only difference between the two of these is that on this one I did put a little bit of Slaneshian gray down, then the Volupus pink over top, and this one I didn't. So it's a little softer here than it is here. So I think in the future we'll do Slaneshian gray on first, and then do Volupus pink over top if we're going to do a pink highlight. And really all that is just using a gray mixed with the color that we want to land on, and then using the contrast paint over top of it just so it blends in really nicely. Our base is almost dry. I can see a lot of it still drying on top, and some of it not quite dry in the center. So what we'll do is we'll just continue to work on this guy in the meantime, just so we can keep our momentum going. So I'm going to go back to my base brush, grab some more of that Liberator Gold, and just work on some of the trim, just because it's a little slower to go through. Oh, we're getting an ad starting in 5 minutes. I'm surprised, just in the back of my head here, I'm surprised there hasn't been any full leaks for this new edition, like for 11th. And I'm starting to wonder if there even is going to be an 11th edition. I mean, I assume there will be, but it's surprising to me that nothing's gotten leaked yet. Like maybe they've just really locked it down and everyone's kind of on the same page this time, or maybe there just hasn't been anything that they're planning to come out with. I'm gonna grab some more of the Abaddon Black and just do his butt plate while I got a chance. But I was looking into how the leaks went in the past, and I guess the leaks get like almost like within the right release window. That's when things start finally getting announced. And I think maybe Games Workshop is doing it like on purpose, that they do their own leaks just so that people get excited. It's almost like free advertising, right? And I guess nothing was really announced at Adepticon. Or sorry, there was some announcements, but it wasn't like 11th edition announcement. While I'm here, I might as well just do the whole back in black. Just because we are waiting for the base. The Astrogranite does take a long time to dry. And for once, my wrist is not absolutely dead. So that's really, really nice. Oh, I gotta drink some water. There we go. I keep forgetting, and every now and then I lean over and I go, oh yeah, water. It's so funny. I don't normally drink a lot of water. I drink maybe 3 liters a day. I try to get at least 2.5 to 3 liters of water a day, which is not easy to work in. Um, but yesterday when that friend was over, I think I drank something like 6 or 7 liters. Like I just kept chugging water. Um, Mostly because I just didn't want to grab anything that would make me burp or anything that would like make it hard for me to talk. So I just kept drinking water, which maybe that's a good motivator. I don't know. I gotta remember to get this closer so that you guys can actually see what I'm doing. One thing I'm working on is a stream controller. Um, Specifically so I can zoom in so you guys can see what it is I'm actually painting half the time. Just because doing it manually is not super conducive of good work. And it's hard to control. There we go. Might as well paint his head. Do the black up here. Yeah, I'm just being sloppy with the paint, but it's fine. I'm just getting as much as I can all over the head. And I'll just do the gold later and just clean up the trim. I'm just using my heavier brush just to try and keep the piece. Man, what a time last time. I'm so glad that, like, we came together and we helped that kid out. I can't believe he got advice that he should put water in his paint. I mean, if the advice was to thin your paints, that's one thing, but putting water directly into the pot, man, I can't believe someone might say that. That was terrifying. Or I shouldn't say terrifying, but just kind of a letdown. Because that's a really easy way to ruin your paints. Getting pretty good on the black here, but my wrist is starting to kill me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this down for a minute. And I do need more black in there anyway. Like on my wet palette. And let's just stretch real quick. I learned that one of the best exercises you can do for carpal tunnel is to take your hand, right? And you're going to grab it with the opposite hand and pull it up. And just a gentle stretch backwards. Just a gentle stretch. And then let it down. And then back again. What that's doing is it's stretching this muscle down here. So you turn your hand over like I have, like this, and then stretch the opposite way. So what happens is that your bones in your arm are actually, they're not straight the whole time like this. They're actually cross over one another like that. It's super weird, but they do cross. So I'll do that, and then I'll take my hand and form it into a little fist, and then twist it one way, twist it the other way. Oh, I can feel a stretch right along there. Ah. And then using just that hand, I'll make a fist, and then open it up and lift my fingers as high as I can, and then back into a fist. Just because I'm flexing this muscle here, so out, and then fist, out, and then fist. And that's just a nice little stretch just to make sure my hand isn't going to be too sore later. And then you can just rotate your wrist a little bit. Oh, frig. You can see my veins starting to pop a little bit. I'll be right back. Apologies. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Good energy drink. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to grab some more of this Abaddon Black and just get back on the wet palette. Just because I'm starting to run out. I don't know why, but I go through a lot of it. Probably because I'm painting Chaos Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines. Oh man, I gotta get more of this Abaddon Black. There we go. And back to the Marine. I hope I didn't miss anything. You guys hold down the fort while it's gone? I appreciate it. Only a minor demonic incursion while you're out. I'm sure it's fine. Shit. Okay. How do we deal with that? How do we deal with demonic incursions? Well, I mean, if things lit on fire while I was gone, at least I came back to it while it was still on fire. Oh yeah, it's definitely fine. Xenos are always the best part of my day anyway. Actually, we really should take a break from... Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow, is we'll take a break from our combat patrol for a little bit. And we'll work on something a little different. Because I've got some bloodletters that I've been sitting on for a little bit. And they could use a little attention. They've just been sitting in the box. Really nothing too special. I mean, this is a pretty cool series, but like... probably couldn't hurt to have a little variation every now and then. I mean, something a little interesting. Because there's not a lot of mods I can do to these guys. And certainly, like, the height that I'm, like, modding into with these is, like, just getting the bases done kind of funny. So maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's what we'll do tomorrow, is we'll look into our bloodletters. I can really only use them in, like, a handful of instances in play, but, like, I mean, it'd just be fun to paint in general. Painting all over this Eye of Horus here. Oh, sorry, the symbol of Chaos Undivided on the side. On his arm, on his shoulder. See, this is what I get for... Bloodletters are fun, but simple models. Pump those completed numbers up. That's true. That's true. Gotta get completed up. Right now, I think we're sitting at 17, 18? Man, I gotta get there by May 9th. I'm really committed to this, like, the million miniatures. Some people have already hit that number, which is crazy. I know I went into my local Warhammer store on the weekend, and I just couldn't believe it. Like, some people had already hit like 100 miniatures, which is insane. Like, how do you do that since January? And I don't know if they're counting like just that they made them, or just that like they got three colors on them, or what. But like, absolutely wild. There's a fun fact. So my local tournament organizer, right, which is also the guy that works and basically owns the Warhammer store. He was telling people that, like, because there's another tournament coming up locally, that all their miniatures had to have at least 3 colors on them. And so, and this was a while ago, I should say, not recently, but recently, as in like a year ago. Um, Someone had just like airbrushed 3 colors across the whole thing. They were like, the bottom half is black, the middle half is blue, and the top half is like green or whatever. He was like, that counts, right? I guess that would, but like, it was just funny. Oh man. Yeah, bloodletters, I guess, they are pretty simple looking. And they're like, they'd be really fun to do for like some body horror stuff, but like, this is the thing is that I was talking about before, it's like body horror is really fun to make and paint. So they're a good base model, but you really got to get creative with them. I do have I've got a bunch of models. Actually, one thing I'd like to do is I have a Marnius Calgar, yeah. And I've got a couple other little minis that were from the Ultramarines, like legendaries that came out. And so I'd like to touch on them as well. And we also have some minis in the month to work through too. Eventually we'll get to them. Actually, we had this Krieg guy that we started last stream. Maybe we'll do something with that. Because I know Tulip Batman would love it if we did a Krieg character. So maybe that's what we'll do is we'll deviate to do some Krieg. It's only the one Krieg character, I should say. So, but it has inspired me to get more Krieg because it just I really like the gas masks, and they're just a really fun sculpt. And I'm sure I have more minis. Oh, you know what? One sec. I have a very big mini that my brother got me for Christmas. Which is the whole reason I had this kind of a patrol to start with. It's not quite a Helldrake. Pull my chair here a little bit. It's not quite a Helldrake, but it's pretty close. Yeah, the bloodletters would be a great way to get the numbers up, I feel. But this one that's a big fucking model. But it'd be a lot of fun to do. Because we get a lot of gold trim. We've got a lot of like additional options. Like there's stuff we can have hanging off it. Like we can make this really look anyway. I sort of like the base sculpt here. But we could add these tentacles and everything. I did one of those recently. Fun model. Lots in there. Is there lots in there? Oh shit. I took a peek at it at one point. But I didn't get very far with looking at it. Because there's just so much involved. Like I saw the great big like leg pieces and I was like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's what we'll do is after we get this guy finished, which probably won't take too long today. Because we're basically almost done him now. We'll pop into this. Especially convert to do both mailer and forge varieties on the same body. That would be sick. I'll have to try and do that then. Mauler, my apologies. Imagine that, postman. Postal worker Mauler. Oh, I got my paint a little too thin there. I got to like grays. Autocorrect always getting me. Same, man. I can't tell you how many times I've told someone to go duck. I gotta remember to close up this black. Every time I put some on the palette, I always leave it open. It's a bad habit of mine. It's kind of funny. I've considered playing games on stream, but I just don't know if that's even worth watching, given I'm in the mini painting category so often. Like I was thinking about Total War, just because there's some really cool ideas in there. Uh, and I sometimes stop and wonder if I want to play games on stream just because I want to play games on stream, or if I want to do it because it's probably good content for Twitch. And I have to really think about that because sometimes I worry that I'm not really that interesting of a streamer, and sometimes I worry um, that the painting just isn't enough, or and then like I was saying earlier, I pause and I think about it and I go, well, I just want to paint. That's really all I want to do, and I just need to stick with it and just count this as success. That's all. Let's see here. So I'm blacking out the bottom. I got enough black on this guy. I think he's pretty good at this point. Um, there we go. Okay, so that said, so this looks pretty good so far. I'm just gonna move this little piece around. Looks like our top is nice and flat and dry. So I'm gonna grab just a little dry brush here. Just gonna get it in my wet palette and just get it so I can just drag it across this because I just want to build that parking lot kind of look. By just getting my paint as wet as I can across the whole thing. I do have to be careful because it might rehydrate this a little bit, and that's not the aim. There we go. The black's starting to go on really nicely. It's not too thin or not too thick, so it's just right in the center. I think that's kind of ideal. Perfect. Whoa! I say as I almost throw it halfway across the room. Almost. Sweet. Now, there was a color that we found last time that worked really well for yellows. And if I can find it again, where is it here? It wasn't super bright, which was funny. It was, here it is. It's a color called Hobgrot Hide. It is like almost the perfect yellow. For putting over top of black. Oh, jeez. Everything is just falling apart on me here. Okay, I need a little bit of this. What I'll do is I'll start by just... Ooh, how do I want to do this? I need to put this right here, I think. What I'll do is I'll grab another sheet here. And I'll just put it this way. This is going to be kind of funny because it's not going to be just across the center. I'm actually going to put a division line here between the two. So what I might do is I might grab my scalpel here, my knife, sorry. There we go. Just like that, just to cut it down to size. And then just put that right here. Oh, actually, no, that's okay. We'll put that there. Make sure this is flat across. Just push it in, just there on the seam. And what we'll do is we'll do these kind of thick lines. And I just need, I think we were using this guy last time. Yeah, that sounds about right. Just kind of touch on the edge, dry it a little bit on my paper, and then just because I want it to look chipped and kind of chunky in different areas. I don't want it to be perfect because the parking lot's been around for a very long time. Or like a loading zone or something. Peel that off. Peel that off. And what we'll do is we'll take this again, lay it back down, just on the edge. And I'll take the other piece of tape, and I'll just lay it in a similar shape and size, just right there. My reasoning for it is now I can take some more of that yellow, the Habra hide, and then put it back down, and then... Oh, where's my paint? There it is. Just put it just like that on either side. I'll pull that up real quick. There's a little bit of space. I could have done that there, so I'm just going to be careful how I do this. And then just attach some of that Habra hide just on the edge. Just like that. And now over here, I'll just put a little right there. And then grab a little of the tape here. Just make it look square is really the end goal. Grab a little more of that Habra hide. And then try and stamp that across. Maybe a little bit of the fresh stuff. Where's my paint at? Harbor is getting just enough paint. There we go. So when it comes off, it looks like two spaces next to each other. And then I'll just take this and just roll it back and forth across a little bit. And I'll even take this side here and just grab a little black off my palette and just drag it across where that hobgrot went over a little bit. And there we go, two little parking spaces across it. That turned out pretty good. Now I can take this beam that we have across. I'm going to grab some of my brush on primer by the Army Painter. Put it on my paper towel because there's no sense putting on the wet palette. I'm going to grab an older brush here, just something I'm not too worried about. These are fake golden maple, not real golden maple. I'm just going to put it across the whole of that piece of sprue that we had there. Pull all sides of it. I'm just getting it all over top of it just so it just sits on top. Not bothering to thin it down because it's already pretty thin. There, that should really do it. I could leave it like that. Or I can make it look a little dirtier. I'll probably make it a little dirtier here. Because it's just really just a beam in the ground. And we still need to clean up some of this black that's on the edge here. Which looks fine there. A little bit more black just in the edge here, just where I got a little bit of yellow. There, just like that. That's pretty good. Now these parking beams are usually like a sort of like a tan color. But that's if they're clean and new and used. So what does old cement look like? Pretty similar in color actually, because cement tends to last basically till the end of time, as far as we know so far. But it does kind of go kind of brown. So I've got some Steel Legion drab. I'm just going to grab a tiny little bit of that. Almost as if it were like a wash. Shake it up. Grab a hair of it. Put it on the wet palette. Just gonna get real thin. And then just run it across a couple times. And again, I just want it thin. I don't want it perfect. I just want it thin. My reasoning for wanting it like this is because another color that's really present is that hobgrot hide that we had earlier. So I'm going to grab a little bit of that stuff. Oh, that's the wrong. That's Nuln Oil. Whoops. So hobgrot hide. I'm just going to grab just a tiny little bit of it. Just enough to even see. And mix it in with that brown. The Steel Legion drab. Get it mixed together and then thin it out. And then just, again, just over top of where it was. Just because cement sort of takes these colors together. A little bit more, a little brighter. Dry it out just a hair. And clean up the edge with black in a little bit. But I just want this to look old, is really the end goal. I'll take some more of that Steel Legion drab and just get it thin again. And then just gently just nudge it along. Oh, maybe not even thin, just get some on my paper towel and just nudge it across. Little splats of it. And grab some more of that mixture that we had and just streak it. It's almost like a glaze, that's how thin it is. And then the trick to this is I'm going to grab my shade brush here, which has gone crispy. Get it wet. And then you just grab some Agrix Earthshade. You know where this is going already. And you just get as much as you can on your brush, and you just kind of layer it on. Just get it absolutely soaked across. Now the paint on there is still a little wet. But that's okay, because we'll work on that in a second. We're just letting it pool. I'm going to put some of this on the ground here as well. Just where there might be like oil spots or filth or anything that's along that nature. Kind of everywhere. You know, maybe even some on the yellow a little bit. Like there was some pooling. That's going to need a hot minute to dry, but we'll let it dry. And we'll close up our paints for now because they're just kind of open. I don't want them to dry out on me. And grab some of my black and just fish into the bottom, where just where I need to be, continue to be black. Doesn't look like much just yet, but it's because it's on the way. And when everything's wet, it's hard to work with. Put our shade brush back for now. I've got this gold maple again. It's good at holding some moisture, but like the paint wants to go on thin. So actually, I wonder if I can use this gold maple for, because it's not bad. I could do some gold with this. Let me try some gold with the golden maple, because it holds moisture really well. My fear is it's going to dry out or make the paint not want to stick as well as it could, but how does it go with gold? It is kind of thick. It is a little chunky, but as long as we keep it moving and keep it thin, it might work. No. No, all I'll do is just make my gold too thin. That's fine. We'll figure it out. Again, not great brushes. I don't recommend this fake golden maple that I bought on Amazon. These are not real gold maple, just to clarify. I do have a dry brush here, which will make the gold process a lot easier for these bigger pieces. You just sort of smother it on. Now, Liberator Gold is not very easy to work with in itself anyway. But using the dry brush method, we can get that gold on really, really thin. That sort of looks okay there. We'll still have to do a cleanup on it, but to get it on initially, I mean, that's still really nice. I think that turned out pretty good by itself. Cool. So our base here is still drying a little bit. So we can take a moment here. We can actually glue him down. I think that's what I want to do next. Now, what orientation do we want for him? He's sort of leaning a little bit. I think I kind of like that, where he's just like standing against it. But he's almost better kind of mid-center and a little less off-center. Thing is, we have to understand where his feet should be. And I think right there is correct. Okay. So we can still put rubble around this piece. And we will do that. But for now, I just want to glue him down. So we get some glue on him. We'll just let him dry. And while we're letting him dry, I'm going to go get some rubble. Because I have some stones. I'm going to close up my gold again because it will dry out on me. So one sec while I get some stones. Okay, so we got two stone types. I've got the one I used for the orc stream, which is really good. I did find this hobby sand. That looks really good too. Some stone variations here that look really nice. And they're basically essentially the same thing. Oh, I got sand all over me now. And my wet palette. Great. Awesome. It wouldn't be a burnout brush stream if I wasn't covered in sand. Every time. Okay, so I'm going to have to clean up my wet palette here because that's disappointing. If I can mix it together, make something out of it. Has to be chaotic, or else it's not fun. Alright, so over the wet palette again. I'm just gonna find the edge here and just try to not get more sand in there. It's a problem with these little hobby pots. You get sand kind of everywhere. Alright, that's probably all the sand I'm gonna need, actually. Just gonna mix these together real quick. Oh, there's a crack in it. Okay, that's even better. Oh boy, what a day. Thank God it's Tuesday. We still have the rest of the week to go. Oh, why do I have to be here? Here. Okay. So why do I want paint on my hand? Okay, cool. Tab, how's your day going? Oh, Lord. I'm just fooling. So I'm not going to use the Alkali here. I'm going to use just regular Elmer School glue because it'll dry clear and it'll be a little more tighter with what I want. I'm just going to put some just on the edge here. Just like that. I'm going to grab some of this and then just sprinkle it over top. So I'm messed up and we have to do a bunch of manual corrections on the accounts. Boring but easy. That's thank God, because that sounds like it sucks. Well, now I don't feel so bad. So thank you. Okay, I'm gonna be careful with my sand here. I'm gonna put a little bit more glue just so I can get these. The sand to stick. Okay, it's about all the sand I'm gonna need. There, put that there, and put that back over here. There we go. And I get sand everywhere, but that's fine. And just like I do with all the other glue, I'm just blowing into place and just patting it down, just so it finds its way into all the rocks and things. There we go. So it'll dry, but it'll dry clear, which is fine. And now that the beam here has dried too, I'm going to grab some knobgrot hide. And I'm not going to thin it out, but I am going to grab my small layer brush. And I suppose I'll put it on the paper towel here and just get kind of thin. And then just very quick strokes towards me. Just to make it look chipped and old. Because that's the effect we're trying to sell here, is that it's just cement beam that's been there for a while. It's almost like a thin dry brush over front of the top of it. It's kind of preferred. So all we're doing is just working it in. Just because it'll make it look older. Just gonna dry out my brush again. There we go. That's more what I'm aiming for. Just that really thinned out, like washed out cement look. There we go. And then just to accent it, I'm going to grab some more of that Steel Legion drab because it's a slightly lighter color than what currently is there. Thin that down just to a fine point, and then just do more of that fine point work. Just almost over top of the knob grot. These are both base paints, so they're really hell on the small airbrush, but I can just work a fine point on them. Might come out looking just fine. And so far they look okay. Cool. So now that he's on there, and I think he's glued pretty tight, pretty well. I mean, the Cyrac like dries pretty fast. I might put a touch bit more on just for insurance, just to make sure that it's not going anywhere. Excuse me. I'll just sneak that into the back there. And then blow. Just so it sits just around the edge and just under. Works with a parking lot too. So it looks like he's just standing in a puddle. There we go. Just like that. So now he's standing in a puddle. Ha! Imagine that. So while that's drying, we're probably good to start back onto our gold. So I'll go back into this. I'll grab our base brush. Move my other brushes out of the way. Move the other brushes out of the way. Because they're not my brushes, they're our brushes. I should remember that. Okay, and it's time for some gold on here. Okay. And we'll just start doing the shoulder pads. Grab a little more of that gold. We're just working along the trim. Oh, got my finger in the glue. So the thing about the school glue is it does take a very extremely long time to dry. But it will dry clear. My fingers keep sticking to this base. Because I use CA glue. There we go. Just put this over top. Just getting the gold just to stay. Some spots here that we missed with some of the Abaddon black. We'll come back and we'll clean it up. No big deal. Overall, it doesn't need to be perfect, just needs to be painted. Cannot wait to play with these guys on the battlefield. Kind of really excited to show them off and be like, hey, check this out. And then have people be like, oh shit, I gotta kill that. And be like, yep. You gotta try. I've never played Chaos Space Marine, so that's the thing. And I don't really know how to get my hands on the books. I'll get an ad starting in 5 minutes. I like this little paint handle. It's much nicer on the hands. There we go. Take my little piece of cork here, put it back under my elbow. There, that's much nicer. Yes. My elbow is supported. I'm going to put it down here for my arm. Just because my wrist is killing me. Alright, so just more of the trim here. And really all I'm doing is just getting, again, more of that color blocking started. And this really needs a little bit of that gold too. It needs just some of that pop. Oh, he's starting to move a little bit. There we go. This is the thing I got to be careful about, is that even though he's glued, he's still kind of rocky until he's fully cured. Which could be like an hour from now kind of thing. So as long as I'm gentle with my brush and don't push too much, which is a bad habit of mine, to rest my finger on the model while I'm trying to get it to stick. Now, some people use a paint handle with a thing on it, like an adjustable edge, so you can rest your finger on the edge. And maybe that's a thing I should start looking into. Just painting the star on his shoulder now. Just trying to dry out that glue. The easiest way to dry out the glue for CA glue is you lick your lips and then blow a little bit on it. Being really heavy with this gold. I feel like I'm rushing it, maybe. I really need to slow down. Just take my time. Just because we can clean up all the paint in the world, but like, what's the point in cleaning up if we're just cleaning up all the time? You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those things where we almost want to have just enough paint on there. Cool. And just while I'm here, I'm gonna paint the underside of his shoulder pads. Just as they need to be blocked out in gold as well. And just letting the brush just fall against the model so that the paint just lays where it lays. And I say that because I ran into somebody who was telling me, like, yeah, you have to really push the paint in. Like, you don't have to push the paint in. You just kind of drag it across. If it sticks, it sticks. And if it doesn't, well, then it doesn't. Oop. Oh, I got some gold on him. Hand slipped. Oops, my hand slipped and I painted the whole model. Imagine. There we go. You know, it's funny. I don't want to take credit for this because that seems unrealistic. But I've noticed on YouTube there's a little bit of a trend going around. And that trend is people painting armies in a single setting, like a single sitting. I don't know why, but it's like I feel like it's always been a thing, but like I haven't seen it until after our Oops All Orc stream. And now it's like, oh god, people are just realizing like they could just paint whole armies in a single setting. So I think we might have inspired some people. Okay, I'm really struggling here with the model because it doesn't want to settle in. F that. I'm lucky to finish the single model one sitting. Exactly. Like we did. Oh god, the Oops All Orc stream was quite literally 10 models start to finish, like one unit, and that was crazy. Like at the end of 16 hours, my wrists were so sore I could barely even like close the stream. I almost left the stream going. It was so bad. I mean, we got through it though, but like, good lord. And so, like I said, I started to see people like do, oh, I'm going to do a whole combat patrol one sitting, a whole army one sitting. I'm like, motherfucker, like that's crazy. Painting the eye in the middle of this black, just because I noticed that there is an eye in there. I'll have to clean up that just a little bit. Actually, there's a little space there. This could be kind of funny. Take some of this black off. There we go. Little Batman. Hey, hello, man. How's it going? How you been? Just painting this trim here, just around the eye of Horus. Oh gosh, there we go. Doing all right. How about you? I'm doing fine, man. Wish you could have seen me in Kill Team Saturday. How'd you do? That shoulder pad's a pain in the butt. Brother Bulgren ROP. Nice. Any highlights from the his Necron Warriors don't have melee? Yeah, I've still gotten tabled by Necrons before. When I played a quick game at one of the conventions, because I was playing against that, but so close to the distance and fucked. It's the way to do it, man. You close up the distance and you just kind of beat the crap out of them because they don't have really any melee at all to speak of. Like, it's pretty much all just shoot from a distance. And then there's that one guy who could do like a single shot from across the battlefield, and then it's this whole thing. 3 Bulgren and 1 Lord Commissar. Nice. I'll tell the Commissar she'll be happy to hear that. Although she is a fan of Necrons. I don't know why. I think she just likes the robots. That's all I used, really. Damn. How fast does a kill team game go? Lord Commissar hits on a 2. Nice. Hitting on a 2 is really beastly. In about an hour? Jesus. So did you play more games than one or just the one? I'm hoping that you're able to get like 2 or 3 games in. There we go. This is still drying up here in the back, but it's getting there. Just one. His wife texted and said she needed him home halfway through. Oh, it sucks, man. Sorry to hear that. It's cool that you were still able to get one in, though. I should really think about doing like kill team boxes. Like, they don't look terribly expensive. Definitely cheaper than like a whole combat patrol. Priest about the AOS mini. About the AOS mini. But the AOS mini. But the AOS mini. Am I crazy? What are we talking about with the AOS mini? What happened with the AOS mini? Oh, sorry. So he had to stop using reanimation protocol. But the AOS mini. What am I missing here? It was mini of the month. Oh, my apologies. I have not seen the mini of the month yet. I've been pretty outside of it because I've just been busy. Let me take a peek at it real quick here on stream. I'm just gonna finish up this gold trim that I have on the backpack, and I'll go take a peek at it. I'll DM the sprue if you want. Yeah, sure. Appreciate it. Yeehaw. Hell yeah, dude. 7 stream streak. Damn. Appreciate you being here with us, long man. It's not an easy stream to stay on top of all the time. So 7 streams is beastly. Yeah, let me take a peek at this mini of the month. Oh my god. Okay, what the fuck? That's it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pieces. Oh Jesus. Games Workshop, what the fuck? See, this is one of those greatly deceiving things. Because I understand they're trying to put out mini of the month. I understand they're trying to make it free, so it's just you can get introduced, and they're doing this just for the good of the community. I get that. This though seems like they really tried to make it fit in the box more so than they did to try to give a mini. And where I'm drawing that from is you could see. Here's the thing: is you could see this is interesting how they do these. You could see these 2 curved lines, and what that is when the injection goes in, it flows out in every direction, right? So I mean, this is a single line injection, so it's going to follow these curves to reach up into here, fill this, and then come back over to this cavity. And then come up here so it can meet the edges. And then similar going this way, it's just filling this cavity, which is very thick, and then coming out to the edges along here. And there's no cavity fill out on this one, so this is crazy how they got this even to work. Um, it's really actually just impressive from a manufacturing standpoint more so than anything. But it's so small. Like, you're getting basically nothing. It's so small. But at least it's free. That's the thing, is at least they're giving something back to the community. So I can't fault them too much on that, right? Do 40k in AOS mini in the month and let them pick. You know what you should do? Do a 40k in AOS mini in the month and let them pick. You know, that'd be nice if that would be nice, because I imagine they've got quite a bit of backlog. They could allow people to choose whether it's an AOS mini or a 40k mini. And I imagine that they've got a ton of them sitting around, right? So I can't see why they couldn't just why they wouldn't, or rather, why it's something that would be impossible to do. Especially given that they have the introductory class for when you come into paint a mini. It seems to always be a Space Marine, because that seems to be like the go-to character, right? What if you came in and you wanted to say that you wanted to do the class? They didn't have any infernals. Oh, yeah, it's just saying, like, the painting class where you can come and learn how to paint. Like, they absolutely had the ability to give you either a Space Marine or an AOS character. So they didn't have any infernals, so they were painting AOS. Nice. That's nice, because like some of them are really hard hobby shops. Like they're letter of law, right? Or word of law rather. In that, if Games Workshop says you're painting this, that's all you're painting. No less, no more. And some of them are cool that they'll let you paint additional stuff. I know we were at a hobby event at one of the conventions here, and they had such a great turnout for people that they actually brought out more miniatures for people to paint from one of their boxes. They had a store use like a starter set. We people watch and talk about it when we smoke, right? There was a dude and his lady. He was saying like Steve needs his army because of the personality thing. That was super weird. Because of his personality. That's super weird. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Like, you need to play this army because your personality or because your playstyle? Like, that's No, man, let people pick their army. Like, rule of cool always has and always will be the governing factor. Like, someone's going to decide they want to play. Apparently, Steve eats biomass and destroys worlds. Okay. Steve, cut it out. We need that biomass. Stop destroying worlds. I don't like it. Steve, no. It tastes good. It's healthy. It's normal. Steve's just a massive tyrannid in disguise. He's wearing like a cloak. 3 tyrannids in a cloak. Jesus. The people that show up just for the mini, that was wild. Oh, that happens all the time, dude. I have seen that every time I go in. And I have taken a stance against it. It's not a popular stance, but the stance I have taken, and I will say this both for stream and just for conversation's sake, that at some point you have to give up the mini of the month, right? Like, not that don't ever go in and get it, but like, once you're into the hobby and once you've been into it for, I want to say a couple months, this one dude wanted the Black Library coin, they didn't have it, so he put back 2 combat patrols. Dude, if you're there, you're buying combat patrols just for the coin, you're buying the wrong thing. I'm sorry. It's a good incentive, but you're buying the wrong thing. Like, at that point, you're just coin collecting. Just go to eBay. Someone will have the coin. You want to support your local Warhammer store or support, your community? Absolutely. Buy the, it's that stuff, but still. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe we just sell our coins for $120 a piece. I think the people who go just for the mini need to be turned away. I will say, if you've been there, if it's like your 3rd or 4th mini of the month that you're there for, fine. But if you're someone who comes in exclusively for the mini of the month, dude, like, buy some minis, Like, those minis are good introductory minis. They're meant really for people who are looking to get into the hobby, or people who can't participate because of X reason, or for kids. That's the big thing, is I find that they're for kids. Every now and then there's a cool mini of the month that'd be nice to have for like your combat patrol or something, but like, hang up for an hour, just looking for the mini, like, yes, thank you, yes. Come in and paint the mini of the month. Like, at least contribute something, right? Hobby if you can. But some people do just come in for the mini of the month and leave. You don't have to paint them in the States. Jeez. I don't know if it's a requirement, but it's I feel like it would make a good point too. As someone who has quite a few minis in the month, right? I'm consciously made the decision that I was going to stop collecting it. Specifically because I want people to get into the hobby, and the best way to do it is to get that free mini of the month, so you have something to build and paint and play with, right? Or do something with. And honestly, it's just, I give it to my dad so he has something to paint. He's still really, that's a good idea. Wait, Europe and Australia requires you to paint the mini of the month right then and there? Are you serious? What the? Okay. That's a little bit much. I mean, Jesus. That's not the way over here in Canada land. That's yeah, we don't no. No. The commission paint job I want but can't afford. You didn't, but please do tell me about this commission paint job you're looking to get done. Wait, you might have told me actually. But I don't remember because I had a busy weekend. I had a friend over on Monday, and we got a lot of other stuff done, so I just I've gotten busy and thinking about stuff. $600 for a Lord Solar. Yes, you did mention the Solar Leon. I do remember that the horse. Yeah, $600 is crazy. In my opinion, $600 is crazy. I'm someone who paints minis, I guess on stream, but just in general, I enjoy painting minis. So $600 is nuts. I understand if you've got, yeah, $10 a box price. That's crazy, man. I understand if you've got like a lot of commissions already, but at that point, just say, I'm sorry, but my commission rate's this, but I have a backlog of this. How much would it cost you to paint and ship? That's a good question. I hadn't thought about that. I would paint it on stream. I couldn't give you a good timeline how long it would take. I would think maybe. How long would this take? Solar Leon. It's a big mini. I want to say probably at least a week to paint. Assemble and paint, that is. Um, if I'm being honest with you, I don't use 5-digit. I use, because I'm in Canada, I use, what's it called? Not a zip code, but it's a postal code. Yeah, if you want to ship it to me, I got no problem with that. And I'll paint it right here on stream. I mean, we'll do it on stream together, and then you can direct if you have any like color choices or anything that you like that you want to see done certain ways. I can't promise it'll be a professional or the best paint job, but it would take like a week. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a second here. That's my postal code. You just don't want to paint it? Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind waiting like a week or two after it gets here, then I'll paint it. Fuck it, I'll paint it for free. I mean, for me, it's great content. And yeah, and it's a chance to paint something different. And I'll cover the cost of sending it back to you, too. Because I feel like being someone who paints on stream and being someone who um, paints their own things, charging you anything would just be foolish, right? If I had commission space, if I had a ton of minis, I might charge someone just for like the work, but like it's just not worth it for me to charge. I just love to paint. But I'll say this: if you feel, if you really feel like you have to pay something, all I ask is like maybe 2 subs at the most. And even then, I wouldn't even expect that. I'd just be happy just to paint it. Hell yeah, I'm figuring out how much postage is real fast. No worries, man. $30 is doable. Sweet. Yeah, if you post it, I'll post it back. And I'll pay the post back. Now, bear in mind, it might take like a week or two to get here because Canada Post can be slow. But when I post it back, I'll give you shipping info and a tracking number. Look at me sound like I've done this before. Actually, it's a really cool opportunity, man. I appreciate this. Thank you. I'd love to paint that for you. I'm excited. Who knows if it works out? Maybe we'll do commissions. Was the HS tariff? That's a good question. Let me figure it out here. So Canadian Customs tariff. Okay. Let's see. So it's a PDF file. I got a PDF file. Oof. What is an HS tariff? It might be a sales tax tariff. So we have, let's see. I don't here. I'm going to be honest with you, man. If you're just shipping it to Canada, I don't think there is a tariff. Because you're not selling it, you're just sending it, and then I just send it back. Hold on. I'm going to ask ChatGPT because ChatGPT is going to have a better answer than I can give. One sec. Uh, I use it for that purpose. Actually, I'm going to take a sip of water first. Okay, one sec here. I'm going to pop on my stream here and put this on stream so we can look at it together. Just like this. A friend of mine wants to send me a mini from the States to paint for him. What is logistics of that? What is an HS tariff? Wants to move a tiny plastic soldier across the border. For HS closed harmonized system. It's a global classification number for the use for goods. Every physical item shipped internationally gets an HS code for customs knows. What is the item? Okay, so your HS code will be 95030. It's a typical one. For Warhammer miniatures, it usually goes under 9503. Toy scale models. So, plastic tabletop miniature. I will do this. I'll do share, copy link, and I'll post that here. My friend lives in the States. Would it still be country of origin UK? Country of origin is where the product was manufactured. Okay. So all you're gonna do is put the value of it, which is like $60. Yeah, exactly. Ad starting in 5 minutes. Sorry, in 3 minutes, by the way. I'll send that to you on Discord too. I'll adjust that. And whatever the vague weight is, if it's like, just put it on like a kitchen scale and whatever it says in grams is basically what the weight will be. Actually, it might even say on the box what the weight is. And I'll send you my whole address here. Well, actually, I might be able to send it. You'll pick them up Friday? Sweet. So I can pick up a post box. Let me see if I can open up a PO box with Flex Delivery here. I'll start one and we'll get that going. You can pay for it. Nice. And then get them postage by Saturday. Right on, man. I'm excited now. You got me excited to paint this thing. I'm just setting up a post office box now, just so we can get this started. Just doing this live now. 1 sec. Oh, username's already registered in the account. Okay. I'll just do this one then. There we go. Do, yep, use strong password, show password, copy, security question. That, my apologies, I'm not reading chat right away. I'm gonna keep this webpage open. Thanks, man. Select, parents met. That, continue. Verify your email. I'm gonna go to my Gmail. It's cool that it recognizes a Gmail. Just gonna sign in under that one. Cannot post, to activate your account, verify now. I'm setting up a flex box so it's easy to ship it somewhere. That way, because if it gets shipped directly to my house, chances are they'll screw up and they'll send it to the wrong side or I'll miss it and I just won't be able to get it. So instead, I'm going to put up a PO box so it's something I can actually rely on. Application. Okay, so the closest one to me is either this one looks good. I think I know this one very well. Okay. That one's perfect. Save this location. Perfect. No worries, man. You okay, man? You just threw up. Are you all right? Or are you just like excited kind of thing? Okay, it just needs to verify my identity. Okay, I'll do that. Verify. So they're sending me something. I'm now verified. I'm going to have to think of colors. Yes, absolutely. This new sleeping med's gonna be a throw up each morning. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's gotta be rough. Thankfully, you'll adjust. It'll just take a little bit of time, hopefully. But if it's longer than like a week, you might want to reach out to your family doctor and be like, man, I'm not feeling it. Two colors I really want. What colors? Here is my my PO box address. No problem, no problem. One on top, one under. Fang and Fenrisius Gray. Really? The Fang and Fenrisian Gray. Fenris Gray. Okay, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna open up a Google Drive here for this, just so I can keep track of this, because I will lose track of it. I'm gonna put those down so I can actually make sure I have this correct. This is exciting. And I'll just put them as a numbered list. I'll say first. Sorry, I'll say user Chalupa BT man. I'll say model. And I'll say colors this dude. I'm so hyped. Yeah, me too, man. Trust me, I'm extremely hyped about this. I'm very excited to do this actually because I've never done any sort of commission work. I mean, most of the stuff that I do is just, well, all the stuff I do is just for me. Um, so I've never really done anything for anybody. This is really cool. Let me just find out here. What was the name of the model again? The model was. I'm going to find it real quick here in our chat. And I'll write down the colors that you wanted as well. Okay, Fang and Fenris Gray on the cape. I'm going to copy that so I have that on hand. Preferences. Okay. And any colors I don't have, if you have any recommendations, I'll go out and get. I am limited to the Sigil color line. That's the thing. Or, sorry, the Warhammer color line, as it's called now. Let's see. Lord Solar Leon. Okay, that's the name I was looking for. Perfect. Okay, you are in the system officially. And I'll write down 2026-03-10 as when we started. I'll send you a picture of what I've got here. And you are there. I appreciate that, sir. This would be awesome to do on stream. I'm very excited to actually sit down and do this. Because this has opened up a couple new doors for me and some new avenues to get things going and think about things. Holy shit. Right on. Thank you for the, oh my god, thank you for the, holy shit. Did we hit all 10? No, no fucking way. You gifted 5 fucking, dude. Dude, holy shit. 5 are you, dude, thank you, holy fuck. Dude, oh my fuck. Oh, whoa. That just made my whole fucking day. Yeah, that's payment. Good lord. Yeah, okay, I'm adding another line. I'm adding paid. Good lord, thanks, dude. Holy fuck. Okay, this is awesome. I'm so excited. Dude, you have no idea how excited I am. Dude, okay. You're officially paid. Hell yes. Oh, you are so in. You're so in, dude. Ah, thanks, dude. That is so sick. Oh, man. All right. I am all in on this now. It's so funny because the commentator was saying before, she was like, you know, like, you really got to lean into this. And now I'm definitely leaning in. Thank you so much, man. I'm so hype. Thank you. That means a lot. Honestly, that means a lot. I almost want to sit and reflect. That's so cool. Thanks, dude. Right on. Yeah, we're going to pay him next. My mate isn't too thrilled. I'll have a second commander now. Oh, man. I'll send you updates too. Every time, like I'll try to get this done as quick as I can for you. And we'll definitely get it painted, like I said, on stream. We're going to make the best we can out of this model. Thank you so much. I'm so hyped to get this back to you. If you have any requests on top of it, Take as long as you need. Yeah, no worries, man. I will get this looking sharp, like super clean. If there's anything you want to see on top of it too, like if you have any requests for the base or if you have any any cool ideas you want to see on top of it, let me know. He still has 5.8 thousand of Necrons to paint build. Can you imagine that a Necron stream, just the robots are taking over? All Necrons. This is so cool. This is an awesome stream. I'm so excited. Oh man. I'm I almost need a moment. Oh, just the cape is all I really care about. Yeah, no worries, man. Then I will make sure that cape is done right. Um, and just to be clear, you said the Fang and Fenrisian Gray. Those two colors. I'm going to make sure you see them just first. Because I have both those colors. I have, well, that's rust gray. One sec here. Okay. Perfect. Then those two colors shall be. So I've got the Fang here. And I've got Fenrisian Gray over here. Which is just, oh, I'm shaking. My hands are cold instantly, like I'm shaking. This is surreal. Wow. Oh, okay. And take a moment here and just breathe. Those are the 143 colors for Craig. Nice. Let me take a look at the model again. I'm going to look at this real quick here, just to understand kind of what your goal is for this guy. Solar Lord Leontis. Okay. So we're talking about on the cape. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this. I'm just going to do a quick stream here. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a photograph of it first. And then MS Paint. And then I'll save this real quick. Onto references. Nope, not entitled. I'll save on entitled 3. Save. And then I'm going to pop this on screen here under references. Not the picture of the dog. This. Okay. So, that said, and I'll keep that off of chat here. Hype chests are on the way. Hype chests? What? What is all this stuff that we just unlocked? Yeah, thanks for all the support. This is awesome. Open a hype chest. What is this? Chill girl emote. Share. Okay. Sweet. That's awesome. Oh man, I am over the moon. That is so cool. Okay, so we're talking about this cape. I just want to understand this correctly. So these emotes are awesome. Sweet. Okay, right. Okay, so the cape is red. That's what we're talking about doing Fenrisian Gray and the Fang, right? Or are we talking about Fenrisian Gray on the top and the Fang on the bottom? Fang on the backside? Okay. So red is blue and white is gray. Okay. Fenrisian Gray on the inside. Okay. Okay, so I have the Fang on the top on the red side, and I have Fenrisian Gray on the white. Hey, Commissar. Yes, I'll drink some water. Thank you. Yes, sorry. I'm going to paint Lord Solar. We're going to clip, glue, sand, and paint on stream Lord Solar. And there's a color preference. So we're going to do the Fang on the red and Fenrisian Gray on the white. We have an ad started. I'm going to snooze that ad. Sorry. Just so I can talk about this. And if you have any other color preferences or anything else you'd like to see on there, let me know. Do you want any shading done on those two colors? Because I could definitely add shading, highlights, things of that nature. Whatever you're, whatever you're up to is perfect with me. Sweet. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for being so amicable with this and so like relaxed and lenient. Because it's going to be a really fun experience for me. The base is going to be exciting, definitely. If you have any preferences for bases, like if you want any like, because I've got everything really. I've got like barbed wire. I've got sprue bits. We can do like a trench in there if you want to. I can extend the base a little bit. It's on a chaos engine. Oh, oh, it's on a chaos engine. Oh, it is. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be really fun. Now he also has, and I'll say this as well. He also has a dark red cape at the bottom beneath where his sword goes as well. Do you also want that in the similar tone of colors? And I'll show that on screen here too. I'll take a better photo. I'll do a couple arrows. I'll do arrow one, arrow two. Oop, why did I put that sideways? Uh, I'll do this arrow. Actually, he's got to show his Krieg Sport 100% then. So just like that, I have these three areas that will definitely get that paint. I have so many Krieg backpacks, my shelf is full. Krieg is awesome. I love this. If you want anything special on it, like any numbering, I could definitely do that too. So it could have like 143 written on the cape or anything of that nature. Just gonna paint these skulls at the base of this thing here in gold. If you could add a small 133 in the corner of the cape, that would be so sick. Yes. Now I also have water slide transfers, so I could do as a water slide transfer. I've translated still that I could add it. I've not got. If not, I've got transfers I've got to do, so I can still add it. What I can do is, how about this? Because I still have water slide transfer paper. If you'd like, I can paint it without the transfer and ship it to you with transfers as well. Unless you'd like me to do that, because I don't mind doing that. Sweet. And let me take a look at this guy one more time because I'm looking at this model and I'm thinking there's a couple things we could do. I don't want to do anything too complex because if I do too complex, it might be hard to keep up with. Oh, I should ask this now. Oh, you gotta run? Okay. No worries, man. I'll text you on Discord and we'll talk about more from there. I won't be around Wednesday or Friday. I have a Zoom class. No worries, man. I look forward to seeing you back soon. And remember to praise the Emperor and bring glory to the Chaos Gods. But have fun. See you soon. Take care and be safe, man. Much love. Um, I'll be right back. I'm just gonna run to the bathroom really quickly, but I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm just gonna grab a sip of water here. I'll have to modify end of stream now. But I'll do that a little bit later. So we have a top sub on here, top subber, top donator. Oh man, so many new things now. Being a streamer is different. This is a whole new paradigm for me. Okay, I gotta calm down a little bit. I'm so excited. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm super over the moon. This is just a fantastic day. I get to paint a new model, and it's a Krieg model too, so I get to try my hand at something different. I'm so excited about that. It's gonna be a good time, guys. I cannot wait to work on this model on stream. And I guess I do commissions now. That's kind of cool. How many times can you say you get to do that in a lifetime? This is like painting a mini of the month for me, so I'm super excited. I don't know what to think anymore. My whole day is changed. My whole perspective of things is totally different now. You have some Stormcast to practice on before the Commons Commission too. That's true. I will have to practice on them because I want this to be the best possible mini I can make it. For today, though, I'm going to finish up this this guy as much as I can. And again, thank you to Chalupa Batman. I know you're not here. I know you're probably busy, but I do want to say thank you. This is just an excellent opportunity for me. Uh, and if you do change your mind, we'll figure out how to fix it. But thank you. Oh man, I am still trying to calm down. I'm so excited. This is just going to be a big thing for me. Exactly. The hype is real. The hype is so real. Oh, I'm getting texts like there's no tomorrow. What's going on? Commissar, I think we just got mail. Maybe. Oh, it's just people walking by. Never mind. Okay. Whew. Excuse me. Well, Chuck, I appreciate that. Okay. So I'm just putting some of this Liberator Gold just on the back here, just around the trim of the head. I'm just putting some more of this Liberator Gold just along the splines of the antenna now. just because it could you really use some up here? Because his antlers are gold focused. And we'll put our normal screaming flesh or screaming skull on it. Just painting some of the trim on the gun. Got a little bit of overpaint here, but we'll clean up some black a little bit later. No mail? Okay, thank you. Ooh, I'm shaky. Okay. Okay, so I need some of that Abaddon black. Just to clean up the gold, because we got a little bit of overpaint on the gold here in some places. Let's see, where did I get it? I had it just a little bit here on the knee. Let's clean up the knee a little bit. And a little bit on the gun, because the gun definitely got it pretty hard. My finger slipped. There we go. Looks pretty good there. Could use a little gold on that trim there. And I think that's pretty well it, where the gold ended up a little too much, but we'll see where it goes from there. Other than that, the gold looks fine. Maybe a little bit there. And a little bit just inside of there. I'll put some just on the rim here, just to clean up these little baubles. I'm just getting this, oh, elbow. There we go. Make sure this is clean. Okay. There. That looks pretty good. Well, I'm excited now because now I have to invent an inventory flow control system. Just because that's the type of person I am, I have to have those sort of things. Keep my sanity. painting around the vents on here. The black looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more here. Perfect. Just like that. Okay. So I think that looks pretty good for the black. The gold looks really nice. Okay, so now we can throw some of that Screaming Skull onto the antlers. What is this? Okay. So I'm going to add an element to the stream here real quick. Dashboard. And I'll go to Stream Tools, Overlays. Let's start each layer. And we'll say I'll do this. I'll do text settings, and I'll change it to new rocker. And we'll make the size of the font a lot bigger. And what we'll do is we'll do Games Workshop font. Let's see here. Because they do yellow with red. Okay. Yellow with a stroke of red. Text stroke. 1. Color is going to be set to red. We'll do 0.5. 0.25, I guess. 0.15, sorry. And I'll remove the text shadow. Keep the text shadow. And then increase the size of the font from 34. There we go. And I'll change this to 0.05. And we'll keep it bold. And I'll save. Oh, it didn't save correctly. Save. And what I'll do is I'll just refresh this overlay real quick. There we go. I'm sorry to lose the chat, but there we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we got 2 viewers. Sorry. Okay. So just make sure my brush is nice and moist. Bristles are still black, but we're still doing good. Okay, so now it's on the Screaming Skull. So Screaming Skull's our layer for our skeleton and bone colored pieces. It's another layer paint, so I'm going to move over to a layer brush, which I have a few here. Medium layer, I think that's good. Just put on the wet palette so it's a little thin. Perfect. The chat, I know. The chat got booped out of existence because I refreshed the chat. Just put it on nice and thin. This screaming skull. Maybe I'll make a form so that people want to do commissions, they can automatically do it. I don't know how many commissions I'm going to get, but if there's some interest, maybe we'll talk that out and do something about it. I'll have to talk to some friends who are artists because they have a better hook on how commissions work. And see what the most logical option is for that. Just painting the skulls here with the screaming skull now. We can always highlight these later with screaming skull again too. Make sure my paint's nice and thin. We'll paint all the little trinkets and everything. And we still put our Eric's Earthshade on the gold, just to tone it down a little. I suppose this is how this kind of thing starts, right? Like, someone wants something painted and then it just kind of becomes a thing. I mean, maybe that is the thing. Just making sure my paint's nice and thin here going on. Just to fill out all the little spots there. Doesn't matter if it's too perfect, because we can always add a little bit more if we need to. No big rush. Oh, I got a little bit on the mouth there. It's just a little heavy. So I'll take a little water. Just clean up the teeth individually. There we go. I'll take some of that gold from earlier and just clean up just where I got a little bit on that. No big deal. Just a little extra gold. And just clean up just along here. And along here. Just where we got the gold in all those areas. Okay. Take my brush. Just pull it off just part of the skull here. There. That looks pretty good. Okay, now we can do a couple things. Prime of which is that we have 2 layers of gold here. That's sort of interesting. Okay, hey bro. Hey man, how's it going? How's your day doing? Did you have a good weekend? Sorry, let me say that again. Did you have a good weekend? I got the dreadnought done. Sadly, left arm broke, so I improvised and altered it. Made it look like the arm fell off. And I did. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. When you improvised, do you have a picture of it? Can I see? I'm always interested to see how people improvise. Because if you want to add like dimension, you could add like wires. I can check. Sweet. Let me see if it's on the Discord or the on the Reddit. Actually, I should put the Reddit up here too. Hell yeah. Send the pic in Discord. Sweet. Dude, it looks awesome. I want to show this off. This looks so sick. I love the base. Also, great job on the intercessors too. Holy shit. Paint's very clean, very smooth. Nicely done, dude. That's sweet. If I was to elevate this, not that you have to, but if I was to elevate this, um, you could take a couple pieces of string, attach it to where that arm piece is, and paint them like yellow and black and red, and then it'd look like hanging wires. You know what I mean? That might like give it that extra dimension of like there was something there and it just like fell off altogether with it. But it looks good just the way it is. You can't fully see it because I took the gun wires from the cannons. Ah, I had it on the chest and cut them because I wanted a cooler style. Put the wires on the stump of the arm. That's where I got the home and show you. Yes, please do. That's awesome, man. I appreciate that creativity of using like the wires for like on the stump because that's the proper way to go. Good instinct. Yeah, that looks really chill, dude. It's so sick. Right now, I'm just painting up one of my. There we go, a little bit of black there. One of my Legionnaires because we still have to get through the rest of the combat patrol. But I now have just to catch up on what's going on the stream so far. I've got a commission I got to start working on as soon as it gets here. Um, and the commission is going to be. Uh, let me get the name of the commission again. It is a Lord Solar Leontus. Really cool looking dude. Super super hyped to work on it. I just noticed an area where I could add a little gold. So I'm just gonna sneak in that gold just in just in here. Right right beside where this is gonna go. So I'll just gently sneak it in. So I'm super excited to work on that one. Yeah, I definitely love to see the picture of that dude. Okay. So I got my gold on, so we got a lot of the color blocking done. Next I need the browns for the bag, and then to do the grenades and things, and then we'll start edge highlighting. Oh, okay. On to the wet palette. But no, you did a great job. I'm going to use some Steel Legion Drab here, just for the bags. Just because I want it to be a little thinner in color. Because we'll hit it with that snakebite leather later. You know what? I should put some on the wet palette instead of on my paper towel. There we go. That way when I throw it on, it goes on thin. Maybe a little less thin than that. Grab a little bit more, put it on here. We'll just get it just so it covers across. We're thinking about Sundays are going to be Sororitas Sundays. And what that entails, and I haven't got a time that I want to do it yet on Sundays, but I've got a couple Sororitas that I want to work through from my backlog. Battle Sisters, they are. And I'm excited to work on them. The Commissar needs them for her army. And primarily it's like an exorcist, but it could be really cool to see on stream. Also, I got 2 Knight Armigers. Nice. That I gotta wait so I can get more paints. Yes. Welcome to the hobby. That's the smallest thing I could say is welcome to the hobby if you're thinking about buying more paints. It's a spot here I could add some of that black back in just to clean up that brown that I overdid just a hair. A little bit of gold in there too. I think I get some gold here, here. Ah, there we go. It looks like some of this black here will need to cover up some of these little edges. It's not a clean belt, it's been chewed up a little. Armigers are really cool. Like I'm a fan of GW sculpts in all capacities, and the Knight Armigers are just so sick. The Dreadnought, like, was that your first model? Because it turned out really nice. Also, how did your stream go? I know you're thinking about streaming. Okay, the brown looks pretty good there. I'm going to grab a little more gold from a liver armor here. Close up this brown again before I spill it everywhere. I'm just going to throw some of that gold just in there just to sneak it in. And then I'll have to do up some of the black here again just to clean that up. But I can sneak a little gold along here, and here, and here, and there. And then a little bit here just for the pouch. Put that there. And then some gold just on here just to clean up the trim. Looks pretty good. I could use a little black up here just to get this looking clean again. Just before we start making it look really dirty. Kind of the goal is to make it clean, then we'll make it dirty. It's easier to start from one spot than it is to go backwards. That looks pretty good. A lot of it you won't see, but why not? Let's make it right. There we go. Put some more black in there. Okay, now I need that gold again because I just saw the place I was intending to paint, which is just this tiny little buckle. There we go. Get the gold on there. Around this trim a little bit. Just like that. And then maybe a little bit back here. And I need a little bit back here too, because I got some of that blue on it from earlier. There we go. That's starting to look really good. It's color blocked, which is the main thing. Just need the silver. So we're going to use Iron Hand Steel for our silvers, which would be the plug suit and any vents and hoses and things of that nature. Around the barrel of the gun too. I can always clean up inside these vent spaces. Or around the vent spaces, rather. Put some black around them later. And they'll look fine. Take some of the silver. Just pull it back. And just like here. Yeah, I'm just grabbing a little bit more like this. Just like that. Oh, got a little bit much there, but that's fine. We'll just clean up later. Okay, now plug suit. The plug suit's going to be fun because we just take some Black Templar or just a little bit of Black Legion and run it through, and it'll darken it down a little bit for us. Just gonna sneak in some spaces here, and here, just like that, and then undercarriage, just like that for the plug suit. Perfect. And then the vent hoses up top here around the face. We're doing pretty good on time actually today. Surprisingly, like I didn't know how long this is going to take to get through, but we're doing really, really good. Look at us. This is fantastic, guys. We're just taking our time enjoying this too. That's the main thing. Spending our time wisely, relaxing, doing what makes us happy. Stuff that we enjoy. The stuff that they can't take from us. They can take away our GW minis, but they'll never take away our pleasant joy. An ad start in 5 minutes. So if you need a break or if you need a chance to go get a drink or use the bathroom, that'd be a good time to start thinking about it. Just while I paint along with the gold here. Just trying to clean up some spaces. Take some more of that silver. And I'm just going to paint the chains on the skulls here. I gotta be careful because I'm pushing around this guy a little bit. And I could paint the post that's holding the eye horse up silver, and I might do that. Cool. Now we do have this eyepiece is gold. I don't have the box next to me, so I don't really know what color it's supposed to be. I'm going to say it's gold because it's the Eye of Horus. I'm going to paint, like I said, the shaft of this is going to be silver. There we go, just like that. I've got mail. Hey, right on. Yep, come on in. Okay, guys, this is huge. I just got some mail. 3 pieces of mail, actually. And some knobs. I need the knobs for my potentiometers. But what are these other 2 pieces? This I don't know. They came from AliExpress. I say as I throw a knife across the room. That's fun. There we go. Got my knife. Let's see what we got. Okay. I think I know what these are. Yeah, I think I know what they are instantly. Yeah, exactly what I thought they were. So, some of you may know, but some of you may not know, is that I'm building a stream control deck, and so I wanted to have these. These are missile switches. Um, I wanted them so that I could control when the stream goes on and off by using like a missile switch, which I thought would be cool. They just are really well done. Like they did a fantastic job at the factory. Oh, I love that. That's gonna be so sick, dude. That one and this one comes in a little baggie I can just open. I don't have to cut it, which is nice. I just need to wait for all the components, but so I've got a red, I've got an orange, so it'd be nice to just go and then flick the stream on. You know, start this way for sure, then open it and click forward. Then when I'm done, just flick it off. That's gonna be really cool. Ad break starting in 30 seconds. Although it's more like 20 seconds if you're watching now. Yeah, that's gonna be really cool. I'll have to start designing some spacers and stuff. Anyway, so we got this on here. Next, we want to paint these little bullets and then the little side satchels and things. So we just finished painting the shaft of that for the Eye of Horus. And there's some space in here to do some more color toning, and we're going to do that too. I don't know if the spikes up top here are getting different in color. I'm going to say that they probably don't, because it just looks fine. We could always use a slightly darker gold if we had to anyway. But we're going to start down this process by getting the other gold and painting the bullets. So that other gold is going to be Retributor armor. And I'm just going to just work it across the bullets, just because they're brass. There we go. There's a little spot I could throw some more gold to, just on the back of the one of these plates. Just to make it look really clean. So that's all I'm aiming for is clean right now. Put a little bit more here for the plug suit piece. Just like that. Okay. So I still have to paint the two little weapons on the side. So we're going to pull out one of the greens we normally use, which is going to be this War Boss green. That's going to be the grenade. Just going to paint the whole grenade with this. Although I have used Wah Flesh in the past. So I mean, that's a possibility too. I think War Boss green looks good. That looks good like that. We'll tune that down with another color layer. Now we just have this left to do, this little thing on the side. I'm not quite sure what it is, if I'm being honest with you, because they just don't say. But I like to paint it with this Calador Sky. Just going to paint it all the way in there, the whole thing. And then we'll paint the little metal piece that straps it on. Just like that. And then we'll grab our Iron Hand steel. Just touch on the little piece of wire holding it on. There we go. Sneak some of that silver up here again. And so far we're looking good. We're very, very, very clean right now. I could add a little brown just on that strap there by the looks of it. So I see a ridge. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab just that brown again. We're going to clean up that little ridge because that's the last piece of this puzzle. So I got some on my paper towel here. So I'm just going to grab just enough to and we'll grab a little bit of black just to clean up just that tiny little bit of overpaint. Actually, it might have been just meant to be black in there. We'll paint black and brown in there and just blend the two together and just see what they look like. That looks fine. It looks fine. It's okay the way it is. Sweet. Okay, so those two are done. He's very, 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 very clean. Very exceptionally clean. Now, we need to do the fun stuff. Okay, I need my STC brush. This is just a glazing brush. I'm going to flip over my paper towel. Nice and clean on the other side, for the most part. And I'm going to look for my skeleton horde, which I have sitting around here somewhere. That's Egric's Earthshade. We'll need that too. Skeleton horde, just this. The reason why we want this is because I'm going to grab some. Just make sure I get enough on here. Just go over the whole of the skulls. And the skulls already look like they're coming to life, which is nice. Throw some more of that skeleton horde down here. Just on top of the... on his antlers. A little bit more on here. Just like that. So far, so good. I'll even take a little skeleton horde here, and I'll put it around this grenade. I don't know if it's the right call. You know, it's not the right call. But that's fine. We take a little water, clean it up. It just disappears. But we'll take some of that. Actually, that's all we need for skeleton horde. My apologies. Because what I need next is snakebite leather, which we have right here as well. It's much darker brown. I'm going to grab some of that and do all these brown pieces, just because it really turns it into leather very, very, very quickly. A little touch in there, just like that. All of our brown is done one go. There's still a little bit of this familiar, so I'll take that out. So that's those two tones. Now I'll take some Black Legion. Again, we're taking our STC brush, loading it up a little bit, just on the edge. I'm just going to go over top of the grenade. And all I'm trying to do is just make it find its way inside of all those little crevices. So I'm just going to wet my brush again, just drag it across. So all I'm doing is just filling in all the little recesses where the black is. So I don't want it sitting on top. Don't want it pooling. Grab a little bit more. And we're going to do that for the plug suit as well. You can see it already coming to life, getting all that beautiful definition. I'm just using Black Legion. Just a contrast paint. It's doing 90% of the work for us. We don't even have to think about it. It's just right there. Put it in the vents too. Why not? It's so, so, so easy. Right along the vent lines or the hoses. Even on the gold. Why not? Throw a little up here. See it defining it very, very quickly. And all we did was just take a little and then just throw it over top. And that's fast. Super, super, stupid fast. Blink and you'll miss it kind of thing. Just working into the little insignia on the side here. Maybe we can put a little all around the skull on his knee. Yeah. Take a little water. Just give him when a little heavy. And then just brush over top and it pulls off the surfaces but keeps in the recesses. It's so beautiful. It works so fast. And that's really it to the trick on it. Is that because it's just so little that you need, you just run it across wherever there's a hose or something. Just like that. Or even like a skull or some gold or something. Super stupid fast. Then you take some water, dry it out, and then just pull it away from the surface. And it just stays in the recesses. In fact, we'll go up here to these little hard parts to paint. Just fill it completely. Just like that. Like it is filled. And I'll clean up my brush and then just pull it back. Wet my brush again, pull it off, and then again keep pulling. It's such a nice little trick. As long as you work fast with it, it'd be really, really rewarding. Sometimes you do have to come back in a little bit if you got too much water in there. And just go over where you had it. Just very gently. Again, I'm not pushing the brush in, I'm just letting it flow off onto the piece. And take some water, and then just clean up. That's it. And basically it's done, you know? Might even take a little bit just here, just for the skulls on the top. Around the back here, and then again take a little water, and then just clean it up. Perfect. That's so honestly so easy. And now we're done with our contrast paints. We still have to highlight it. I think I want to highlight tomorrow though. My hand's starting to get kind of sore today. My wrist is starting to get really sore. I'm excited, so I know I could paint for hours on end, but I know if I do, I'm gonna really be in trouble tomorrow. So, with interest to that and respect to you guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have to end stream here in about, uh, 5 or 6 minutes. But we're gonna talk about what we're gonna do tomorrow, while I'm just finishing up here, because there's a little bit of areas here I could just clean. Tomorrow we're gonna work on doing the highlights for this guy, just getting them off our plate and getting them done. And then moving on to, the next Legionnaire. And if we're too bored with that, maybe we'll look at doing one of the spawn, because the spawn would be kind of fun to do. Or not spawn, sorry, the possessed. The possessed are really cool looking, and they're right in that body horror space, like I keep talking about. And I love the whole thing they got going on, the whole vibe. It really reads as like chaotic and terrifying, and that to me is just absolutely gorgeous when it comes to the Warhammer setting, because it's grimdark, and the more terrifying it is, the better. And a little bit more black here, just on top of the head, just as a second coat. This guy's a little rocky. He could rock a little bit. Oh, you know what? He needs a little glue under his other foot there. I just noticed that. So it's a good idea. We'll throw some glue under that, and then we'll let him dry. Just gonna hold him up a little bit. Sneak the glue under and press him down in. I just want to keep him flat. Right into that glue. I'll even throw a little glue back here. And this is why it's so important to paint this piece first, before you get it on. It's because you really want everything to be settled in and ready to go when you're ready to go with it. Oh, I realize I can't see anything. One sec here, guys. So far, this is how we've been able to get through our model. We've got a lot of great details. I'm going to move my light a little bit so it's a little easier to see. Put it just over here. I think that's the way to go. I could diffuse it a little bit, and I will at some point, but for now, these are really good progress points. We do still have to do some highlights. The highlights that we're going to do is we're going to use Incubi Darkness, Fenrisian Gray. Sorry, Incubi Darkness will be the chunky, followed by Thunderhawk Blue, followed by Fenrisian Gray. And we'll use all three of those specifically just so we can make a full line of highlights, with the Fenrisian Gray being for dot highlights. And it's a pretty nice little triad that it is. It kind of just bleeds from, blue, gray, green to blue, gray to light blue, gray, almost all in the same spectrum. If we wanted to go one higher, we would use like Thulium gray, because you can see when it separates, it's got this blue line. This is the thing, is that when your paints separate, you'll always see what colors they have mixed together when they make it. So when I remix this Thulium gray, it's going to go back to that color that we want. You can still kind of see the little bit of a blue tinge to it. Not very much, but a little bit. And so it's just at the end of this triad space for them. Now, it's always the whites that separate the most. That's why you can really tell it. We don't really use this, but when we do, it's a super dotted highlight. Super bright. We have this guy just chilling in a parking lot right now. Some stuff behind him. So we're going to throw a little bit more dirt and stuff there, just color-wise. Where we're going to do that, just real quick, just while I got a second here. So I'm going to grab our Agrix Earth Shade again. I'm going to grab my shade brush, get it ready to do something with, and then grab, I'll start with, yeah, just some Agrix Earth Shade to do it, because we've got it glued down now. So take this and just throw it across the whole thing. Just the whole thing. And all we're doing is just making it dirty, like there's rocks and rubble and debris. Nothing too special. So far it's looking good. We still have to put our Agrix Earthshade over all the gold. That's going to happen next. And then after that, we'll start doing our highlights. Like I said, the chunky highlight with the Ink by Darkness. And then the other two highlights that we have to do. The Fenrisian Gray and the Thunderhawk Blue. We do have this space in here. I've never worked with this color. So that'll be interesting. I think that's going to be an Ink by Darkness as an edge highlight. Actually, let me see if I can do that real quick as an edge highlight. So it looks like it's pretty, well, no, not really. It's not as close as it could be. The Fang would probably be, yeah, the best highlight for that. Let me see how the Fang looks. Now, I've never used the Fang, so this is going to be interesting. I'm going to grab this. It's a base color. I'm going to grab a base brush here, just because I want to see what it looks like. And I'll just put a little bit on my paper towel. And this is pretty thin. Yeah, I'm not ready to use that yet. I got to shake it again. That's much more consistent. Rinse my brush off. So grab some of this now that's consistent looking. So that's all we're really looking for when I shake them, is to make sure that they're dripping and thick. So a little bit of the Fang. Just going to run this, I'm going to try this a little bit more. Just along the edge here. You know what? That is probably the perfect color for that. I don't want to do too much here because we still need this guy to dry glue-wise from that perspective. But overall, I feel like that's the right direction for that color. So the Fang is perfect here. We'll just highlight the other two pieces. Yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. Oh yeah. That is great. I am deeply enthusiastic about this color. Awesome. We're definitely going to use the Fang more. And the color we used with that was Leviathan Blue, so I know my direction with some other paints that we're going to try. So that is perfect. Awesome, 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 awesome. That is so good. It's actually really good for us. We could even use Dragonhoff Nightshade to shade it too, but we're going to start on that one another time. It's been a good stream today. I'm just organizing my paints right now. I'm going to move us over to an end screen real quick. And on this end screen, I wonder if I can copy over... no, I'll have to do that later. But it's been a great stream, guys. I really appreciate everything you guys do and all the time you hang out with me and any time that you spend, painting. Because I love seeing the paint jobs you guys do. And you guys are so much more skilled than me. I keep saying it, but it's always going to be true. So I'm just some guy on the internet just painting just for giggles and having a great time doing it. Getting to hang out with you guys is always such a pleasure, honestly. Um, I love every minute of this. It's always going to be a blast. That said, I'm really looking forward to the commission to doing that for Chalupa Batman. I think he's really going to enjoy it once we get it on stream here, and I cannot wait to get it and get it open, get it going, and get my hands on it. um, that said, I look forward to being here tomorrow when we work more on this Legionnaire and get the highlights done on him. I'm going to take some progress pics now while I get a second. So we got through him relatively fast today, all things considered. So I'm just going to take my camera here, take a couple progress pics. So I'm just going to move this down. Perfect. I got everything ready for the Discord, and I'll post them here in a couple minutes. But I look forward to everyone who's coming in and hanging out, and I hope that I see you again soon. And I hope that everyone has a great day. If you get a chance, take care of someone you love and stay safe. And remember to praise the Emperor. That's it. I'm gonna go find a streamer, and we're gonna go raid them, make them feel loved. Let me find somebody in the mini paying category. 600 viewers over here today, so that's pretty good. I did that guy Alaska last time. Someone is panic painting. This could be fun. Let's see what they're panic painting.